morning, everybody. How's it going this morning on this fine Tuesday morning? If y'all can hear me in the chat, please let me know. Hey, the Sparky Pilot. Welcome in, Forrest. Always good to see you in here. Thank you for being here. Sound is good. How's the sound? Good morning, Mora's dog mom. You guys can hear me in the chat okay? I want to make sure I'm not yelling. How's my volume? Do I need to back it down a little bit? Okay, I can assume you guys can hear me. I don't see it. Okay, we good? We good, Forrest? Thank you. Y'all know it takes a minute for my chat to show up occasionally. Okay. I need to change my banner up, guys. I'm a little slow to the roll this morning. I needed to change this morning to something, and I totally didn't do it. I need to edit this banner. Well, hang on. I'll do this in a minute because there's something else I want to add to it. All right, guys, welcome in this morning. This is day 6 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. They are already underway. I want to give you guys a little bit of heads up of what's happening this morning in the courtroom. There was, and I just was watching it outside with my coffee, trying to prep for the show. Anyway, I watched a few minutes of it. And here's what's happened. So the defense started out the morning with offering some stipulations that Lindsay has agreed upon. And the judge went through a series of questions, made sure she was of sound mind and body, and that she was okay to to be on board with these stipulations. And what it is the defense got frustrated at trial yesterday, the slow movement of going through all of the chain of custody of the clothing and all the things we had to sit there and hear. He got tired of it. So he has stipulated that there are certain elements the state does not have to prove, right? Lindsay has agreed upon those stipulations. And what it does is removes dozens of witnesses to come in and talk about chain of custody who are medical and forensic evidence, right? Skipping technical witnesses about describing chain of custody of things like the blood and all this other stuff. So that's all it was. I noticed people in the chat at Law and Crime were confused. Oh, she's stipulating to something, that all these crazy things. But that's what it's about, just removing those technical witnesses. So all of us, including Lindsay and the juries, doesn't have to sit there and watch all of that, right? It's like, get going here. We're going to move forward. So that's my understanding of what happened this morning. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Now, I'm going to say this. Let me close my door because my dogs are aggravating me with their playtime noise. All right. I'm not a doctor, and I am not a lawyer, and I will never give you medical advice here on my show. What I will do, and I will do it often, is share my experience with my audience, and I like them to share theirs back. That's how we learn. That's how we grow. And I am also very good at self-reflecting. It's kind of like my thing because I know how hard I had to work to get where I'm at today. And the last thing I'm going to do is have a bunch of women who are unhealed come at me sideways. When I talk about my experience with these medications, you need to really understand one thing. I always took the medications the doctor said I needed. I could tell by some people in chat, doctors in society have convinced people, women like me, don't take our medications. And that's the problem. And we don't recognize depression. I'm not going to spend another 60 years of my life telling people I'm not depressed, because this girl would own that shit in a heartbeat. Y'all don't know me. I will own it faster than you can point it out to me. Because when I decided those pharmaceuticals were no longer for me, I went within and I went deep and I peeled back every single layer about me and my life I could possibly dig into to help myself understand me better. I embrace my bipolar 1. Y'all hear me joke all the time about I don't ever sleep. That's not a lie. It's the truth. It's just who I am, and I've been that way my entire life. When I was a little girl and my daddy would take off to the deer woods with my uncles, my siblings would all be in bed at dark 30. I was up with my mama all night long because she was up too. And we just cleaned the house. We talked about government, politics, the hottest topics in the world, Diana Downs killing her children. My mama went deep with everything she touched in life. My bipolar was not brought on because my daughter passed away. It didn't trigger an event. But that prompted me to go to a doctor afterwards because I was suffering from depression. And guess what, America? That's quite normal when you lose a child. It's very, very normal. And you should allow yourself all the time in the world to grieve that and learn to live with your new normal. Because you're never going to find closure. You're going to learn to live with your new normal, right? So I embrace every single thing about me. I know I can be a bit aggressive at times, but I'm a very passionate person. And I know who I am and I know where I stand in my convictions, and I don't flip flop day to day depending on what the room is telling me to feel. Because I learned the hard way over time that 90% of the time that crowd is going to steer me wrong because they're not listening to start with. So I want to leave it right there. And I promise y'all, when they put you on these meds, you have to be on them for 6 weeks and you have to go back and get blood tests to prove you're even taking them. They don't just take your word. I tried it for 3 days. I don't like it. I won't take it. That's what America has been sold. And I'm sorry, but it's the truth. If you're healed, if you're doing well on your meds, by all means, do that and keep doing it. But the second you feel off, re examine everything the same way Patrick Clancy was trying to do. Now, I don't know if Lindsay's guilty or not. I mean, she did it. What we don't know, because people want to point out she's a nurse, nurses are also told people don't take their medications. But people assume because Lindsay was a nurse, she knew all of that. And that was her grand scheme of things, right? To pretend I'm sick, pretend these meds are all causing me problems. Why would Lindsay do that? Because she knows. Think about that. If that's true, and Lindsay's faking all of this, then she already knew all the problems out there related to those medications. What does that tell you? So keep that in the back of your mind at all times while we're trying to evaluate this case and see what's really going on here. I do know one thing. Semi Sharp, are you here, my girl? I kind of went at her a tiny bit, and she got the not really, y'all, but she dropped a link into our mod DM. And it's a person I don't really usually watch. I don't know why. He rubs me the wrong way. I don't care for him. I feel like he's not being like real, right? But that's just me. That's my business. That's how my mind operates. I don't like uh, it just feels mainstream media-ish to me. Like, I don't know. It's just me, right? But I don't mind watching interviews. I tell y'all that we can avoid. We got to get over not liking the person and watch the actual interview. So I reminded myself that, Simi, when I said that back to you. I was like, oh, fuck, I just didn't follow my own advice. And Simi gonna tell me all about it in a minute because I expect her to, because she keeps me in check, right? So I watched it and I said, oh, hell, Simi, okay, you win. please drop this link into my chat. And Simi, go ahead and drop that link, please. This is a conversation over on, what's he called, Courtroom Confidential, that Ritter guy. The doctor he had on was a great interview, and it's not intended to tell you how to think. I want you to watch it and come to your own conclusions about things, right? That's what I want y'all to do. Watch it for yourself and then think about things and decide it's up to y'all. We all feel our own things, right? And I want all of y'all to be comfortable feeling how you feel. If you feel Lindsay's faking all this, that's fine with me. I honestly, because I don't know y'all. I'm hearing the testimony just like y'all, right? But we don't know enough yet. And I'm waiting for the mental health people to come in versus describing this horrific scene to me and these clothing items to me and the technical A, B, and C chain of custody stuff. Because none of that matters here. It really doesn't. We know what happened, right? So thank goodness this attorney is like, well, let's stop playing around and get to the crust of this case, right? So anyway, enough of that. I just wanted y'all to know, and I'm sorry if I offend people, but don't hate me because I found my way and I healed. Just don't do it. Ask me how I got there. I'm an open book, and I'll be glad to share my experience if it helps one person, one suffering woman, one mother, one woman who's lost a child, one woman who has suffered through bipolar, one woman who has suffered through abuse, whatever the topic may be, right? I don't mind sharing and being an open book because I would be fake if I didn't share what I wanted to share. And I'm not a polished mainstream media outlet over here. You're not going to get polished up untruths from me. You're not going to get everything shiny and new and we're perfect in the world, because that's not how this world is. It's incredibly crazy out there, and shit happens to all of us constantly. It's how we navigate it and move through it, right? And when I tell you a lot of times, and I learned this the hard way, I literally at one point in my life cut every single person out of my life. And I spent nearly 2 years by myself with my little boy, only seeing who I needed to see when I needed to see them. The only ones really welcome in my home were my children. Not because I didn't love people in my family. I did. I needed that time by myself for 2 solid years to figure it out. Because when I went to the doctor and simply said, I can't sleep, I'm full of anxiety, and I'm sitting on go 24/7, y'all, that's not depression. So when the doctors in society are telling you women with bipolar are extremely depressed and they need these meds and they just won't take them, you need to understand what bipolar 1 is versus bipolar 2. 1, I guarantee y'all, I asked myself, why aren't you depressed? This should make you depressed. Jealousy and depression are 2 things I cannot understand because I've never felt them in my life. And I questioned myself, why don't you feel jealous? People, that's the thing with people. People get jealous. It's a normal, natural thing. I don't get it because I never had it. And that's being honest. And I question myself on things like that. See, that's called self-work and self-reflection. And I had a very good person that I followed who did like spiritual teachings, teaching you how to meditate, teaching you how to appreciate and have that gratitude in life versus this is fucked up in my life. Yeah. It's called walking in the bathroom, shutting the door and staring yourself in the mirror and doing the work. And that's just my experience, and I like to share it in case somebody needs to hear it. Again, y'all, thank y'all for being here to the big show, the tiny show. We're going to call it the tiny show. Y'all, welcome to the baby channel and the tiny show. Thank you for being here. And when I go off on Idaho 4, It's not unhinged. It's called passionate. All right, let's pull up this trial and see what's happening today. And of course, we'll move through I don't fast forward through the sidebars because they're not like Karen Reed type sidebars where we got to sit for 2 hours and figure out what's going on. But we will go through their breaks and, of course, their lunch. I pulled up my actual live stream. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I think I got this now. What is this? Yeah, I'm in a new month. Here we go. I just skipped it out 5 memberships. Sparky Pilot, welcome in. Tempest 13, Mrs. Pisces, Daisy Det, and Tinka. Welcome in, guys. Welcome to the Salty Crew. Thank y'all for being here. All right, now we'll pull up the actual court stream versus my live stream. We don't need to see all that. There might be a wackadoodle lady running that stream. Shh. Okay, today. Oh, yesterday. I knew about this yesterday. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm clocking it. One of my mods, if y'all see it pop off, let me know. The Gonzalez family was on an airplane yesterday headed to somewhere in New York. I was like, oh boy, we know what that's going to be about. So apparently they're on NBC Live this morning. I don't know when. They have a little segment they aired about Koberger, just about his attorney being appointed an attorney, but I don't think they had aired the clip I don't think they aired it yet with the Gonzalez family. So I'll keep an eye out for that later. The Gonzalez family appreciates people's help in showing another side to the pro burger side, right? Like a balance there. And so I appreciate what they're doing out there, and I think that I can do whatever I can to help that along. I will do. Because I'm a little sick of things out here lately, y'all. So I'm trying to be nice. All right, let me get this back to where they actually start testimony this morning, or I want y'all to hear what they said in court. Obviously, there it is at the beginning. Okay, do I have it unmuted? Unmute would be nice for everybody. Yeah, Sparky got one. Hey, Jet, good morning. Welcome in. Good to see you. I need a big old jet airliner to carry me away sometimes, but I don't like to fly. I have the anxiety, and I dreamed one time that I had to go fly, take my mama somewhere, but my sister promised she'd do it because they know I don't fly. We get all the way to the airport, and my sister chickens out, literally leaves me, and I'm forced now to go on this airplane with my mama. There wasn't enough medicine in the world. I was panicking. I didn't know what to do, and I woke up. And I was like, no, ever, never, never. See, I'm not completely okay. I can't do it. I'll need to drive. I'll get there 5 days from now, okay? But I wish I liked to fly because I would hop on a big old jet airliner and take me too far away. Go ahead, take me far away sometimes. I might not come back. It depends on what island it lands me on. Did y'all see my short? I made a short video. Y'all, this airplane, this little airplane, we have I-10 runs right through the town. And so yesterday, or it was the day before yesterday, a little airplane comes swooping out of nowhere, barely misses a guy's car, dives down in front of it. It's all on dash cam right up under the damn signage. He barely made it. I was like, and so impressed with this pilot. Lands it right on the interstate. I don't know what happened. They had a student on board. It was crazy. And it's not AI, it's fucking real. Oh, watch my mouth. I know I cuss too much. I know this already. Y'all want to put a swear jar out there? Should I? Oh, I might could get rich doing a swear jar. Fuck, that's a good idea. I know, right? Jet traveling, I like it too. We used to travel down to Orlando all the time, and that's about well, technically it's an 8-hour drive, but my husband, it was like 6. So, but I'll tell you what, after years, that ride started to bother me. It's like, good God Almighty. All right, I wanted to get. All right, we'll start here. You're welcome, Sparky. Oh, thank you for the clip, Forrest. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, what we're going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, I'm going to, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point, and then we'll kind of go from there. So if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to you this morning. There you go.
All right. Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations. It's been marked as Exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to make sure, ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the consequences. So I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you need to speak to Mr. Reddington or you have any questions or have problems understanding what I'm saying, just let me know, okay? All right. Now, do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that there are certain facts that could be introduced during the course of the trial that would support, might support the Commonwealth's position regarding those elements. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
All right. Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
All right. No, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. Do you understand, by law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you wanted to. You understand you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you? All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy has knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. And I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
All right. All right. Commonwealth, anything else you want to add? Okay. All right. So, like I said, I have made those findings. I'm going to accept the stipulation that Ms. Clancy has agreed to and that the parties have agreed to, consistent with J for identification. Counsel, are we ready for the jury then? Any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we bring the jury in?
Yeah, that's fine.
Counsel, I forgot to ask, while we're waiting for the jury, can I see you very briefly?
All right, they already got a briefly something or other going on there. You know what, y'all? That little small plane. Y'all's conversation is great, Sparky. Jet. That little plane that landed. I was so impressed with the pilot. But rumor on the street here in town is that it might have been the female student pilot that landed that plane. But I have no clue if it was the actual pilot, the instructor, or if it was the student. But damn, that was impressive. They barely missed the sign, y'all. Flew right under it. I was like, holy smoke, what am I seeing here? It could have been bad, but they managed to do it. They pulled it off, and there was luckily no cars in front of the car with the dash cam rolling. It's like Jesus took the wheel and said, "Oh, here you go." Landing. I-10 runs from freaking Florida to California. You got plenty of road. Just get the cars out of the way. Landing on the interstate's not a big deal, right? We see it, but the way this pilot had to avoid that signage was insane. Y'all go watch it.
All right, yours entry.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sun's out today, a little nicer weather for us. Hope it was nice for you coming in here today. So what I'm going to do is ask you those questions, as I always do, and then I'll go over a little bit the schedule, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. All right. So the first question, everybody's probably got it memorized by now anyway, but let me ask it. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other matter, serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to the schedule, if you remember, I said yesterday that sometimes we have to adjust on the fly, and it's going to be my call. Well, we may have to do that a little bit, all right? So today, we're going to go through some cases. Now, we may break a little bit early today. All right, and then tomorrow, there is a matter I'm going to have to talk to counsel pretty much in the afternoon. So the thought is tomorrow, the plan for you should be pretty much 9 to 1. All right, and then the afternoon, I'm going to deal with counsel in regards to some other issues that will, I believe, keep this case going well on track, and that's kind of where we are. So I just kind of wanted to give you that update. So that's, like I said, the best we could do. Give you as much notice in regards to that. But you will not, I say we, you will not be sitting here tomorrow afternoon. We may be. And so with that, what we're going to do is continue with the Commonwealth's case. We're going to go back. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Christina Carpio.
You stop right there and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give is your truth, and that are not having to testify so help you God.
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
C-A-R-P as in Peter, I-O.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the 2 institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, or what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending, sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level, and with possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at South Shore Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of her head or around her, like,
Not
skull
obvious,
or
no.
face? And so when those CT scans were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan, or two head CT scans, one with contrast and one without? Mm-hmm. And were you aware that the findings, were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in 2 parts and has 2 reports. At the time of the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at South Shore Hospital?
The images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
The angio neck findings, correct.
Okay. And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay. If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes, read your review. You could just tell me if I'm misinterpreting.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive, which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as the hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
We raised the temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to a tertiary hospital?
The complex level of spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level, is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there is documentation with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight can also, MedFlight covers two modes of transportation, MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was med flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate, high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her, apparently, temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a common intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
Objection.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet that they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There's verbal report from EMS when a patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on a patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypotensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of questioning. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury is not necessary.
Oh, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of this, the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came
Well,
of
you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't, I'm not sure. What
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The person, the team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay. How about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was concern, there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT
Have to
scan
look at-
report again.
Yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med-flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med-flight ambulance is faster. Sometimes med-flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med-flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
Is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team, and
So
the
you
input
as the-
from the
Go
subspecialist.
ahead.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
I finished, sir.
All right. So you as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med-flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med-flight, right? You
Again-
don't know whether it's an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med-flight.
It should have been med-flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just very briefly, doctor, it was very clear to you that this patient was suffering from multiple injuries.
Yes.
And is it the policy of the South Shore Hospital to make sure a patient is stable before they're transported?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that's what the emergency team and the entire team that's collaborating on her did, right?
Yes, correct. We would not put an unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, has identified that she was stable enough to be
So
transported to
I'm going
another.
to object because I think she's a
Yes,
very hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this witness.
I'll allow this question. Okay.
Sorry, what was your answer?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So after reviewing all of the imaging, the CT scans, the chest x-rays, everything, you and your team were comfortable that she was stable enough to be transported to another hospital, correct?
Yes.
And I think your testimony was that a large contributor to the decision to transport was the information that you got from the neurosurgery team.
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything on that, Ms. Brington? All right, thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth would call Joseph Rabbit to the stand.
Morning, sir. You stop right here, raise your right hand first. Come, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Let me just have one moment.
Sure, sure.
Oh, it's in one of the, it's in the, see the one with the, yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T.
And where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Cybercrime Unit.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding out of?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay, and so you didn't initially go to 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you weren't the case officer in this case?
That is correct.
And your experience working with the detectives unit, fair to say when an investigation or a death investigation is ongoing, kind of it's all hands on deck and everyone's kind of directed to do different things, correct?
That is correct.
And so in this circumstance, you were asked to go to the Beth Israel Deaconess or the old Jordan Hospital here in Plymouth, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get asked to go there?
Because 3 children have been transported there.
And so were you assigned to just go and check in on the status of the kids and what was going on at that hospital?
Checking on the status and have any potential victims documented by crime scene services.
And so while you were at the hospital, you did have the occasion to speak with Patrick Clancy, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And after you left the hospital, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that other members in your unit had obtained a search warrant for that home?
I was, yes.
And so when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were you there to assist with the execution of the warrant?
I was, yes.
And part of the warrant execution, is it fair to say that everyone's kind of asked to look at particular areas and search for potential evidence related to the offense?
That is correct.
Fair to say this search warrant was executed shortly after the incident occurred?
Fair to say, yes.
And so did you and other investigators have limited information about what had happened?
Yes.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
And I'll show you what's already been marked. Exhibit 144, if you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And it's at the kitchen area at 47 Summer Street.
It is, yes.
There on the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so, fair to say, you made observations while you're there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And I'm going to just approach you with what's been already marked as exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was with that bag?
Correct.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of Pedialyx.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
First photograph, is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. Is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in the cabinet? Was it the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I would move to admit these as the next two exhibits.
All right. They may be admitted.
It's the 52 and my 53. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
And now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves, and it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with the prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
So I'm just going to show you another photograph. Is that fair as to you placing those bottles on the island?
It is, yes.
All right, it may be admitted.
And how many bottles were there?
There were 4.
I'll approach you with a bag. Take a look at what's in the bag. Do those appear to be the 4 bottles that were in the cabinet?
They do, yes.
Oh, and this is the next exhibit.
It may be admitted. Thank you.
Now, other than pulling these 4 bottles out of the cabinet, lining them up on the counter, and asking crime scene to photograph them, did you do anything further with these pills, as far as inventorying them or examining them?
I did not, no.
And when a search warrant is executed, fair to say there's usually an evidence officer who kind of documents everything and collects everything to take back either to the crime lab or to the state police office.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication.
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
In a CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And is this fair as to the bag that was provided to you on February 6th?
Yes.
It may be admitted. Thank you.
When Mr. Clancy and Attorney Meyer brought that bag in, did you do something or ask somebody to do something to memorialize what they were bringing to you?
Yes, I asked crime scene services to digitally document them.
And so the photograph I just showed you of the bag, that was done by a trooper from Crime Scene Services that came to the office?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Trooper Rostoffers.
And fair to say that with the crime scene trooper present, you also examined the other contents in the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And there was a blank greeting card, some paperwork, and a kind of insert for CVS. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Just showing you one more photo. Is that the other items that were in the bag other than the medication bottles?
That is correct.
That may be admitted.
And again, as to the medications in that bag, when you saw that there were prescription bottles there, did you present them so that they could all be documented?
Yes.
And did you then inventory or examine each of the bottles?
I did, yes.
And is it fair to say that Patrick Clancy had indicated that the bag was in his truck and that he was bringing them to the state police as a result of everything that occurred on January 24th?
I can't recall where he said he got them from, but that is why he was bringing them in.
Okay. I'm just going to approach with what's previously been marked as exhibit number 2. You want to take a look at that before we go through it. Does that appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th?
It doesn't.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just give me 1 moment. So when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amount that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram, fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Correct.
And so the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct?
That is correct.
And one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Hydroxine, filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam, filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is correct.
Fluoxetine, filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams, filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle, and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone, filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30, there were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And trazodone, filled on November 16th, 2022, with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, Cross, counsel?
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That is correct.
If they're probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded, one of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant, or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right. So early morning hours, you're in there to look for, among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory, apparently, of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26. The buspirone was the same date, October 26. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirone. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Commonwealth?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Counsel? Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth would call Maureen Hartnett as its next witness.
Maureen testified in Karen Reed. She's just a tech. She's just a technician. I think some evidence, something or other.
Morning. Morning. You can stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you give that you shall give to the court?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Jane Hartnett.
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
And what are your general responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and those items would include clothing, weapons, or sexual assault kits, among other items. I also collect and identify trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I perform damage analysis on clothing and collect gunshot residues.
Do you have to undergo some specific training and education in order to perform those tasks at the crime lab?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. In addition, I received approximately 9 months of training in the crime laboratory as well.
Do you have to take proficiency or competency tests on a regular basis?
Yeah, so a competency test is taken after each module in the training. They address certain things like blood identification, semen identification, and after each of those modules, I took a competency test to move on to the next portion of the training. Yearly, I also take multiple proficiency tests in biological fluid identification, as well as trace identification and crime scene response.
I'd like to talk a little bit first about the crime scene response. So you, as a forensic scientist, are a civilian, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you often work in tandem with a trooper from the crime scene services section?
Yes, generally I work alongside law enforcement as well as crime scene services when processing a crime scene.
And when you go to a crime scene to process with the crime scene response unit, what's the goal or what are you looking to do there?
My focus generally is on biological evidence, such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as documentation through sketches and diagrams.
And the trooper from the crime scene services section that is usually there, the law enforcement, are they also documenting the scene as well and reviewing those same areas but through photographs?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of their responsibilities. I do know they take photographs, video, and they also take their own diagrams on occasion.
Now, in addition to locating biological evidence, do you sometimes perform what's called screening tests at crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
And what are the common screening tests that you can do at a crime scene?
I perform screening tests for blood as well as screening tests for semen, depending on the case history and what the forensic relevant evidence is.
And does that help inform you on what to collect from a crime scene sometimes?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say if there's a large pool of blood on a floor, you can't collect that all and take it back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you collect a sampling of it in order to then later process something like a red-brown stain or some sort of biological spot or stain that you observe?
Depending on the substrate on which the biological fluid is located, I'll take a swabbing of the item, which is generally something like a Q-tip to swab up the stain. Or if it's on a soft surface, I could potentially take a cutting to preserve that biological evidence for future testing.
And in some instances, do you actually take the whole object if it's possible?
In some instances, yes, that's correct. We would take the whole object depending on what it is.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being asked to come out with the crime scene response unit on that day or that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where was the first place that you went in this response?
I responded to South Shore Hospital, the emergency department.
And fair to say that Trooper Rose Stoffers was also dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you make observations of a person who was identified as Lindsay Clancy at South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe her to have red-brown stains on her body?
I noted red-brown stains on her hands. I did not have the opportunity to examine her entire body. She was mostly covered with blankets and other types of medical equipment, but I did note red-brown stains on her hands.
And clearly she was there for some sort of treatment, right? So why was your focus on her hands as a crime scene response technician and a criminalist?
At that point in time, I was collecting samples from her hands for potential biological evidence relating to the crime. So when I noted the red-brown stains, I collected samples from her hands.
And while at South Shore Hospital, you were also aware that she had come into the hospital with clothing that was cut off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that clothing was bagged up and collected.
Yes, I returned that clothing to the crime laboratory.
Who did you receive the clothing from? Do you recall?
I believe it was Trooper Dan Lawler.
At some point after being at South Shore Hospital, did you then respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I did.
Did you have somebody with you that day?
I had a forensic scientist trainee at that time.
Okay. At 47 Summer Street, were you directed to a particular area to examine first?
I first entered the home through the main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in. And then once our things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
So when you came into the basement at 47 Summer Street, did you observe some areas of the basement that were of significance to you as the crime scene response?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you the photo. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
It may be admitted. Thank you.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens, and so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to the stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red-brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say, with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again, just like the stain on the basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence, so they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom, in between the bed and the mirror.
I'm going to show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
Maybe a minute.
Ms. Harden, it's showing you 159 on the screen. Fair to say that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Just showing you kind of another photograph of that area. Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains, and so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes,
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
that's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
That may be admitted.
With what's now been marked as 161, stain C, again, would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected 1 stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you 2 more photos. And do those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these be the next 2, please.
They may be admitted.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
Did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
The photograph, is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm just showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to admit this as an
All right, that may be admitted.
So first, Exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing Exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you one more photograph. I'm just going to show that to you. Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm fair to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
Move to it as stain F.
All right, that may be admitted.
As far as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples of swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go at the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, of the window that was farthest right, what would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
Show you this photograph of the rear of the home. Is this photograph at least show the area where you observed stain A?
Yes.
Okay. And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It's sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
Okay, and what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo as a witness.
That may be admitted.
Again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167, kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fair representation of stain B?
Yes, that's correct.
And while I'm here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
I would ask to assist in that.
All right, those may be admitted. Council, it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're going to take the morning break at this time, members of the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the door, please. Place on your chairs, please.
Sir, I was literally trying to eat. It's okay. I'm halfway done. What's this prosecutor attempting to do? We all know what happened in the house, right? We know what happened. It's not like did a crime occur and not got to go show y'all it did. We know it did. Where are you going with this, Miss Ma'am? Is she trying to prove Lindsay could have done more and finished the job, but Lindsay superficially cut herself, superficially jumps out the window? This lady's confusing her jury. She may lose them, in my opinion.
We need to talk about before the break.
Where this
You know, nothing to talk about before the break. So they're on that break. Let's see. Everybody still with us this morning? Y'all take care of yourselves out there. Eat, drink, and be merry. Not like get drunk. Eat some real food and have a real beverage that's good for you. Well, that's not cool of me to say because my beverages probably aren't good for me because I go on caffeine overload constantly. But caffeine helps people like me. It helps balance me out. but I do force myself to drink water. All right, here we go. Back. Right, Forrest? He could feel that nap coming on, couldn't he? Okay, here we go.
Yes, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, we will now return to the case on trial. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Ms. Hartnett, I just want to go back for 1 second to the night of January 24th at 47 Summer Street and show you one additional photograph, if that's okay.
Sure.
Is this familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is this an area depicted in the bedroom of the home at 47 Summer Street, that area where you noted later with tape stain E?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed on that particular night the knife that was located on that nightstand?
Yes, I did.
All right, that may be admitted.
And showing you now on the screen, it's been marked as Exhibit 170. You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going back to where I think we left off before the break, we were talking about returning to the home on June 15th of 2023, and that you examined some stains on the shingles on the outside of the house. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
In addition to marking the stains, did you collect anything from the area of the rear of the house on June 15th related to stains B, C, and D?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you some items. You want to take a look at the items that are in those bags.
Let me take them out of the bags.
Just so that you can examine them.
Sorry.
And try to say what's in these bags. First, the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
And Ms. Harden, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023, you did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3. Stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab.
That's correct.
And confirm that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items, or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number, and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After documenting them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise bands, as well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay, and so the first band, which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so did you take samples from both the ends in the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to approach with a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes, prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being two different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
That may be admitted.
And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Is that a photograph of the band when you were examining it at the lab?
Yes, it is.
Next.
All right, that may be admitted.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these 3 exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Hartnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay, and you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes,
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
that's correct.
And you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about the, on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window and directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you use the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Tasselmeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test, is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory, screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card. a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
That's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test though, right?
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor that counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human blood.
The bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right, and when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of the stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay, and that was human blood, confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror. Exhibit 161. Do you remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
Hey, you see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the, see that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation, or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes, you opened them up and looked at them, and you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less, so I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes,
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
that's correct.
Right. So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit, a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then, you can look at that. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark?
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like, I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screened positive for blood.
Do you remember there was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom, from the inside of the bedroom going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
That's all I have.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I previously saw at the scene. Given that that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited, performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that it was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test, and once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward onto DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory tests, and I didn't think that that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. Please step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Buckingham?
The Commonwealth will call Jonathan O'Loughlin.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right there, raise your right hand, proclaim.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give will be true to the court and the jury, and will not have any Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth and the whole truth.
Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Laughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Olouglin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting, and then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe. And then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints, and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints if there are any. You can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes, do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation of
Yes.
the crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious if they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards, and placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placard's simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you're processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure, I can.
repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local law enforcement, do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police?
Yes.
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be processed.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes.
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
Yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And if I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone.
Yes.
Those sound right?
It does.
And I won't go through each and every item because we've seen several of those items before, but just in particular, as it relates to placards 7 and 8, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at some photos, okay?
Okay.
So I'm showing you a photograph of placard 7. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also noted in your documentation of the scene, correct?
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Now, as far as collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence being introduced.
You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things in perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect the knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be, that may be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item. Is that item familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife that you collected that was located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, that knife was brought back to the crime lab, to your unit?
Yes.
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
Yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as superglue. And we put them in a chamber with the superglue. The superglue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with superglue fume, so it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail, meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints. Is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there was an area of friction ridge impression on that knife. Mm-hmm. So it was photographed further and giving an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was deemed no value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs, if that's okay. Three photographs. That's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
I'm sorry, where exactly do you?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home?
Yes.
Or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, with an action item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they are found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these three photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit these as the next.
All right, those may be admitted.
So basically, how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school, but yes.
So you told us about your training, you told us about your experience, you told us about fingerprints, you told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant, and then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict friction ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. Well, how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom and if I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
Never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Right. Redirect? All right. Sir, you step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Hillary Griffiths as its next witness, please.
Good afternoon. You will start by raising your right hand for the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give, which you shall give to the court, and the jury, will have enough time between the clerk and the Thank you. You may have a seat, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Sorry. It's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the toxicology unit, or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I have been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types, for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself.
Yes.
Or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes, when all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures, to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases, and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately, you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
They can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, go ahead.
You can continue.
And then depending on what is present from those screening tests, that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LCM-SMS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive?
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is, when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment, running the tests, and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately in order to report the results, and that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Reddington.
So The toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and that's, you can keep it right there and look at it. And then you have, it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with the, yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs, and so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into 2 fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
And quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean, quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over a passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none? Correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none?
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None?
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none?
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected?
Correct.
Oxazepam detected?
Yes.
Teramazepam detected?
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally, it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids, then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example, so you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of
Yes.
the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quietapine, and the quietapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty well known, right?
Yes,
You
but-
guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with the report, toxicology report.
Got a sidebar?
Sure, Council, see, Sarah. Yep. All right. Redirect.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell as next witness, please.
Thank you so much.
Can you stop right here and raise your right hand to the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you should give to the court and the jury will now shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Why don't you stop right there, please?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Y-E-L-L-E.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation?
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objection?
No, of course not. Sure.
I can actually show you what's our exhibit 183.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to the substances?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say it's mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone. And
quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
And in that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen, or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood and that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct, I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review, so a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they have drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him, in your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected, when you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest the medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were five positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess that.
I'm not sure I follow your question again.
That's okay. As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rankin.
Basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was a good test.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, and the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that.
From the breakdown.
Yes.
And the lab that counsel was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that, NMS?
I'm familiar that that lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, thanks.
All right, Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You step down, thank you. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Hey, I literally have no comment right now. I would rather be outside still touching grass, but I came back in for a minute, but I still have no comment.
Recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to come back. 2 o'clock, there's another couple of witnesses. I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
Hey, oh, I literally have no. The phone was up again. All right, coming back at 2 o'clock. We're gonna fast forward through it. Yeah, I appreciate y'all's conversation, Rachel, but how medications work on a dog are simply no comparison to how they work on a human. Ask the vet; they'll tell you. My dog has literally been prescribed the trazodone, just like me, from a medical doctor. I know it works for my dog, but I know it never worked for me. Again, my personal experience, just sharing. Now, my mother always said, I must be an alien because my body doesn't react to medications the way they do everyone else. Eventually, her doctors agreed with her when they ran lab tests and could prove some of those meds weren't even showing in her system when they knew she was taking them because they were giving them to her in the hospital. They were shocked to see the tox reports saying barely any traces of the medication present. So when I'm sharing my experience, I know what I'm talking about. And I promise y'all, as a lifelong sufferer from insomnia, I have literally tried everything out there. And I feel like I can't scream it enough that I'm just sharing my experience. But I don't know if enough people are listening. They're still trying to tell me I might be wrong. And that's okay, because I might be. But you might be too. We don't know. Again, no more comments. They're still out to lunch. So I'm going to watch this clip that I wanted to watch. Okay, is this the one I wanted? Let me see. No. Hold on. I almost hit the wrong button, y'all, and shut all this down. Whoa. Hold on, girl. Slow your roll. I really did. I was like, oh gosh. I didn't rage quit. I promise. No rage here. I have no rage for anyone, contrary to popular belief half the time. Actually, I got a little rage for this one lady, but she'll wait. She's coming. It's coming. She done made a big boo-boo. Oh, I think Turtle Boy's live with Christina was postponed till tomorrow for anybody who was planning to watch that. Don't know if it's scheduled up yet or not, but that's what I heard. It was postponed till tomorrow. And hang on, I haven't looked at chat because I'm multitasking up here. It's usually what my brain does. Brains that never sleep multitask. And they get really good at it. Okay. Here it is. Because they had released 2 pieces to this. All right, got the one we need, or the one that I want to see that I hope y'all will be interested in seeing right along with me. If the content isn't for you guys, y'all know you can step away, and it's okay. It's okay. No one's forced to be anywhere. Here we go.
Christy and Steve, and her sister Aubrey is with us this morning as well. Welcome back. Welcome back. We were talking just a few minutes ago about the documentary itself, and one of the things that I found interesting was that it didn't focus on the killer, focused on the victims, focused on their stories as well. Did you find participating in it to be cathartic? Did it help with the grieving process?
Yes, and Sky Borgman, who was the producer of that, knew that we were very adamant about that, and she really took that into consideration, that, we wanted this to be victim-based, not him. Obviously there is no story if you don't talk about what happened.
Right.
So that had to be done, but it was good to see them in person, in real filming, real photos, and as sad as it was to watch, because some of those moments just take you right back to when it all started. There are some moments that you could definitely smile.
Yeah. Steve, the last time we chatted here on the show, I recall you expressing some frustration that the case never went to trial. Now, of course, the same week that this documentary comes out, he tries to change his plea. Would you like to see a trial? Would you actually like to see this go to trial this time around?
That's never changed. I've been consistent through and through. The evidence was there. I want to honor all the work that the agents did, and I think it should have stood. We need to make case law. Idaho had a chance. We spent $8 million. We really were in a perfect position to put our foot down and say we're not going to allow this to happen in our state, and I would have liked to see that happen.
In the docuseries, the police chief, the Moscow police chief, he basically says, as you saw, that he thinks that this is essentially a death penalty because he'll die in prison. He'll do the 4 consecutive life terms. What do you say to that?
If it was his kid, he wouldn't feel the same. That's not a real death penalty. And it's my child, and I'm going to demand the highest standard of law. And that's not dying in prison, getting vegan meals and being treated like some kind of celebrity, and that's not even close.
I did actually appreciate him saying that. And
the police chief?
Yes, the police chief. I never actually had thought about that. But death row is different than, in which he is not on death row. So the life that he would live up until the time he would die is different. So that is, a small factor there, or a big factor.
We shouldn't pay for his PhD. And he's going to get a PhD in prison. Why? Because our system is questionable. Somebody like that should not keep going to school.
Aubrey, mom and dad have sort of...
True and interesting, because we know they like to educate in the prison, and you can absolutely become a lawyer once you go to prison. It's been done. We predicted that little Koberger might get so bored he wants to be the next jailhouse lawyer for all these little wrongfully convicted inmates. He's got nothing better to do.
Been out here talking about their beloved daughter for a number of years now. We saw your sister there in the story. She read the victim impact statement last year as well. This is the first time we've seen and heard from you. Why did you decide that now was the time to speak out?
Yeah, so when everything happened, I was a sophomore in high school. I was only 16 years old, and at the time, I kind of just decided that no words were going to bring back either one of my sisters, so I didn't feel like saying anything. And now that I've gotten older, almost 4 years has passed, I realize still that no words are going to bring back my sisters, but words are what's going to keep their memories alive. And I'm not really one to put myself in a situation like this. I don't really like to, but I know that I have to keep Maddie and Kaylee's name alive, and that's why I'm here today.
Let's talk about Kaylee for a second. What do you want the world to know about your big sister? Maybe things that we haven't heard, or maybe things that we don't know.
I think you could see exactly how Kaylee was as a person just by looking at pictures of her. She was like the bubbliest human ever. She was always down to have a fun time. She was always, looking at the positives. She was one of the hardest workers I've ever met. And to this day, that is a huge thing that provides me with like a constant need to keep going, because I know that Kaylee would be doing the same thing had she still been here. And I really am just trying to do half as much as I know that she would have.
How are you guys doing? How are you holding up?
I think we're doing a lot better. We have a nonprofit, Murder Has a Name, and it's made us focus on, there's true crime and it's very popular. So how do we take that true crime and point it in a direction where they actually can make a difference in a courtroom, make the world safer, and not see it just as something that is entertainment, but no, I can reach out and I can do something. And we're trying to find cold cases. We're going to do IgG. We're going to do genetics. We're going to do the lab. We're going to private fund it, and we're going to work with those investigators. And we're going to make. We're hunting the same people that killed our child. We're going after those people.
As you do it, come back and share those stories with the world and with our audience as well. The strength and dignity that you guys display every time you're here is just remarkable.
Yeah.
And to you, happy early birthday.
Oh, thank you so much.
Big 2-1 tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Christy, Steve, Aubrey. Thank you as always.
Aubrey now attends college. And boy, those parents were nervous to send her off to college. That's the baby. This young girl I've been watching for 4 years, quietly. Some of the other sisters are a little louder. This one has not been as loud and as vocal, and she didn't need to be. Now it's her time. She's got things to say, and then everybody who can sit, watch what's going on. Not everybody knows what's going on YouTube, because Lord knows them trauma channels aren't pointing it out. But I'm trying, because what has happened is incredibly crazy. And in fact, I'll point out more of that in a show we got coming up. And there's something else going on that we're clocking and watching, I guess you could say. Misrepresentation, misinformation, and manipulation is prevalent across the board, right? Why does it matter? Manipulation by some people, it's purposeful. Some people, it's accidental. Some do it without even knowing they're doing it. Who knows, right? But when you are covering a crime case and you start investigating it as if you know more than investigators, you can side-eye a case all you want. You can ask all the questions you want, and you should, but you don't have to go out and attacking a family along the way. And that's what continues to happen to this family. And it may not matter to y'all, but it matters to them. And it matters when they have to go on, and we can't tell them stay off social media. Everybody's on social media. I'm not going to tell a family to stay off of it. They shouldn't have to go onto their social media and all they see is pro-burger stuff and shit about them. And that's all they've ever seen in this case, because the algorithm wasn't friendly to Koberger Did It content, because the internet chose to go be pro-burgers and send that stuff straight to the algorithm. We got to manipulate the algorithm. If I'm going to manipulate anything over here, it's going to be the algorithm. And when my next show pops off, y'all will see my really cool thumbnail, because I think I need to let some of these people know I actually do know how to make those crazy ass thumbnails, and I've always known. I just choose not to use them. But I got a cute one for later. We'll see if it drives the masses to the show. My social experiment could be in full force 24/7. You never know. Society needs to start listening and opening the door to uncomfortable conversations and have those. Stop telling people what to do, how to think, and what you know. I don't know everything. I can only share. And like I said, what works for one may not work for another, but I can guarantee y'all this. There's 100,000 women like me and Lindsay Clancy. If you don't believe me, go scroll. How many obsessed women are on the internet right now organizing everything, tapping shit with their fingernails? I watch society all the time. It's kind of like my hobby. And I like to see beyond the veil. I like to dig deep. I like to go well beyond the surface. And I like to be open to hear everybody's experience and realize, whoa, just because I didn't experience that way, they actually did. You know what I mean? Give them that. They experience this in a whole different way than I would have. Just like parents who lose children, we lose them in different ways. That means I can't understand how that other parent felt who lost one to murder versus losing one to a medical episode, right? So comparing apples to oranges. And when I go and give my animals medication designed for humans, it's going to have a different effect on that dog because their makeup is literally different than a human woman experiencing a chemical imbalance in her brain. Okay. I'm glad it knocks my dog out when needed, but it never knocked me out when needed, when I was desperate for it. Okay. So that's just all I'm trying to do. I don't want to compare my experience on that medication to my dog's experience on the medication because my dog isn't a busy mom battling bipolar. My dog is just a dog chilling in the house, wandering around the house looking for something to guard, right? So I can appreciate the feedback. I really do. But when I'm also giving my feedback, listen. I saw it was a conversation, but I just added to the conversation. I just feel like the comparison's a little off, right? Give me a couple of women to compare. Because Carrie, you and I are having very different experiences on this medication, and that's okay because people need to see it, right? But people need to understand not every woman experiences the same good effects from the medication. They don't work for everyone. And I think that is all this is about, is we need to be open to realize what works for you did not work for me. What worked for me probably won't work for you, right? And women need to be aware that when they're feeling it's not working, don't question yourself because the doctor's telling you it should work, you should be okay, and then you question yourself. That's where the trouble begins. Because now they got you questioning you instead of you questioning them. Okay? And I'll leave it at that. I will. Yeah, they've been tortured, but it's Rachel, there's a lot of torture going on these streets. I'm telling y'all. A lot. And it's weird and it's wild. And I'm floored about what I have. I'm floored half the time by what I see, right? But I just know that a lot of it we can't control. Some of it we can talk about and hopefully get stuff into the algorithm so people can see another side for themselves, right? And make up minds versus automatically being steered by an algorithm to a place they may not find out all the truth, all the information from. And that's dangerous for these cases, right? When people go all real life because now they've drawn aside and they're all dug in and now it's time to go after people we don't like, or you said something I didn't like, and if the next thing you know, all this doxing and weird shit starts to happen. And we see it with every single case covered. Idaho 4 never got quite like that where they were doxing each other. Nobody cared about that part, right? It was, why are you lying about Koberger kind of thing. So it's a different way of it in Idaho 4 that's very different from the other cases. It's wild to gauge. It really is different. And for people who come in for that conversation, I appreciate that. Because I'm not asking y'all to go out there and be these screamers on the internet that, oh my God, this isn't fair, it's not right. Go have conversations about why it's not right. Because I could literally come back in an hour and do that. Just, you know what I mean? And it don't feel right half the time. Oh, hang on. I've been following this, Brian. Brian Enton. I love the way you operate, dude. I'm so infatuated with this guy. I'm like, this little guy, I don't think he could do any wrong at this point. All right, so he went back over there to the Arizona, and I think he may have stumbled onto a little something something. I didn't get to watch it all yet, Brian, but I always watch you. Whether I talk about it, that hey, I watched the latest, Brian. I'm watching everything you do, little guy. That's not a derogatory comment. You're a cute little guy. You're just, are you younger than me? I believe so. So he's a cute little guy. All right. Brian has pointed out something interesting, like the sheriff Nanos. We know how that goes, so you don't come at me. We know the Nanos is a little wild guy. But he says, the family's cleared. But he never says Carlos is cleared. And he never says Luke is cleared, right? We went and raided them and all the things, but they're never cleared. We still can't, well, the defense attorney for Carlos still can't get his hands on the search warrant. And I'd like to too, because I know in the radio chatter, y'all were looking for medical devices. And I was like, medical devices? The cane? Because the cane is the only thing missing from Nancy Guthrie's home. Her hearing aids are there. Medical device. The Apple Watch is in the home. We ain't heard a damn thing about that cane being left in that house, have we? So what medical device were they looking for? Oh, they were also looking for medications and signs of Nancy Guthrie. I want the search warrant, right? So we know they hired a lawyer, both parties, Luke and Carlos, detained attorneys. Now it looks like wrongfully detained in the Nancy Guthrie case, planning to sue Arizona. What y'all saying? I ain't getting no DNA testing, y'all. I'm scared of the DNA. Author might try to get a hold of that shit and throw it in a bank somewhere and point the finger at somebody I love accidentally. I'm joking. That's a bad joke, but I don't want no DNA testing. I'm going to roll with it. Whatever God gave me, we're rolling with it. It's been a long ride. I'm good. And we're going to roll with it now. Enton's 41. I'm a baby. Not really. I was not a baby at 40. I was a mother of a newborn. What the fuck? 15 years after having the other 3. All right, Brian, take it away, sir. Tell us what's happening in Arizona. And something about some people kidnapping the indigenous girls in his latest episode. I'm going to go watch that. I don't like you messing with the indigenous girls. I've got Indian reservations all around me. I have people on those reservations. We're not doing that. We got the Porch Creek Indian Res right up the road. We're not doing that. Cherokee blood runs deep in my soul. We're not doing it. Cherokee people, Cherokee pride.
So 6 months after one of the most high-profile abduction cases in modern times, and Nancy Guthrie's family is still no closer to getting answers. Now new reporting on the mysterious crime is providing a deep dive on the investigation and really just a damning picture of dysfunction at the sheriff's office, starting all the way at the top. According to a lengthy Wall Street Journal investigation, the first investigators on the scene did not think the blood on the porch was a big deal, assuming initially that it was not related to Nancy Guthrie going missing.
Okay, I haven't read that yet. This new big report supposed to be, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, but they were saying that in the article, from what my takeaway is, that when investigators first arrive on scene, notice the blood on the front porch, they didn't think it was anything relevant, a bump on the head. That was obvious from the get-go, especially when the sheriff wandered away episode. Did the lady get disoriented? Did she fall down at the front porch, bump her head? She got up and she continued to stumble away. That was exactly what the sheriff's theory was. And it's taken all them this time to finally get there, but they got there finally. So that's what happened. And it was always obvious to me. You don't disregard blood at the scene with a missing person. Sheriff theorized, oh my God. She got disoriented, went to walk out the front door, tripped, fell, bumped her head, made it worse, and she walked away. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man's a snoring, went to bed and bumped his head. Like, what, Sheriff? Did you say that riddle as you was walking down the road looking for signs of Miss Nancy, you weirdo? My God.
Of course, we now know the tests confirm that it is, in fact, Nancy's blood, and detectives now think it came from getting hurt during the abduction. The journal highlights the failure to secure the crime scene, something we've talked about a lot over the last several months, and it's the reason News Nation was able to first get those images of the blood spatter that we showed you right from the front porch. The porch was freely accessible to reporters. I was there. Reporters were able to walk up, delivery people, basically anybody who wanted to walk up to Nancy Guthrie's front door because they cleared the crime scene. The report cites department sources to portray Sheriff Chris Nanos as petty and out for revenge against his rivals. According to the Wall Street Journal, after his re-election victory, he sidelined deputies who supported his opponent, which brings us to perhaps the most damning of all the journal's revelations. It reports the department's most valuable search tool sat unused in the crucial first hours after Nancy went missing. The journal reports they couldn't find a deputy qualified to fly the high-tech Cessna search plane because the senior pilot who was scheduled had just been demoted following a workplace complaint.
We knew that. Wall Street Journal. Did y'all remember that? All of y'all remember that from months ago? We learned that that plane didn't go up because the sheriff had grounded the pilot. What's his name? Told us all about it. What's that guy's name? The little whistleblower from town.
Again, this is something that we looked into and reported on early.
Aaron Cross. He told us
On with the investigation. That pilot had also supported the sheriff's Challenger, which was an issue for the sheriff. The report hits.
Oh, Nanos, they said there was no real reason you grounded the person, like a minor disciplinary thing. Is that he was big mad because they supported the opposite person? Well, we are really in a sad state in this country. That's what we do. We retaliate. And no conversations can be had. I don't agree with you. I don't like what you said. Blah, 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 blah. We're enemies. Weird. That's weird, but that's not how we solve problems. But all right.
Right as the department faces a multi-million-dollar legal claim, Carlos Palazuelos was detained in February, then released without explanation. He and his family.
They was following you, Carlos. They even said you have the phone in the car with you. I was like, oh, damn, they know he's got his cell phone in the car with him. They was following you, Carlos, and you, sir, realized, like I would, somebody was following you, and I'm about to pull over and ask them why.
We filed a $3.25 million notice of claim alleging wrongful detention and defamation. And in a News Nation national exclusive, I spoke a short time ago with Jesse Showalter, the attorney representing Palazuelos. Jesse, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time. I was thinking back today to when I was out at your client's house. There was the big raid that night in Rio Rico. And everybody sort of thought that was it, that was going to be who was responsible for what happened to Nancy Guthrie. There was the FBI out there. There were so many deputies. They had the whole road closed down. And then I remember Josefina coming out and just immediately saying, like, this isn't right. They have the wrong person. None of this makes any sense. And I actually believed her. Sometimes in that situation, you would think to yourself, like, oh, maybe she's just in denial. But there was just something about the way she was describing it. I'm like, I think maybe she's correct. Have you been able to, up until this point, figure out why they zeroed in on your client, Carlos?
No, we still haven't. As it stands right now, all of the purported evidence that they used to obtain the search warrant that we think was obtained without probable cause, is sealed, and so we can't look at it, we can't analyze it, and the Sheriff Nanos won't tell us what it is. So, until we're able to do that, until we're able to see the search warrant application.
Nanos, it's easy to say, hey, I got a tip called in that Carlos's eyes match the porch guy's eyes. Or are you too afraid to say, I developed the name from a geofence warrant? Same way I developed Luke Daly's name through a geofence warrant. Huh. Like Koberger, this assailant, the porch guy, turned his phone off during the commission of the crime will never show up in your geofence warrant, but everybody else is fair game for investigation.
And any affidavits with it, we're not going to know what the claims were that brought Carlos to the attention of the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and that's what we're fighting to do.
So even though you haven't seen the search warrant, months have gone by, have you gotten any kind of inkling? Has your client, has Carlos come up with anything? I mean, was he in the neighborhood doing a delivery? Is there something that's crossed your desk where you're like, okay, maybe that's where the mix-up came from?
Yeah, as it stands right now, we've not been able to figure out anything. On the night in question, Carlos was not in that neighborhood. That's our understanding. And, the reality is Pima County took Carlos's phone. They did a download on it. And if there actually was anything against him, we wouldn't be here right now. It's from our perspective,
Thank you, sir. If there was anything on the phone downloads, we wouldn't be here right now. Annie and Tom's phones were also looked at like that. So if they didn't get Carlos from a geofence warrant from that night, was it when y'all went back and changed your perimeters to 24 hours before or after? Or did somebody call in a bogus tip? A bogus tip. Hey, we got a little issue with Carlos, whatever that may be. I'm going to get Carlos back. I'm going to call and say he's that porch guy. Is that what happened to Luke as well? Huh.
It's very, very clear that they made a mistake. What's not clear yet is the precise contours of that mistake. Were they relying on a false tip? Were they relying on maybe bad information from flock cameras or government databases? We don't know, but we expect we'll find out because we're on the road toward litigation.
Did Carlos give his DNA?
Carlos's DNA was taken by investigators. They did swabs at the scene or at his house, or I should say down the street from his house. And then, like I said, they took his phone, they took his DNA. That's what we know.
I want to play for you, Jesse, something that Sheriff Nanos said just in the last couple of days in relation to who's been cleared and who's not been cleared. Listen to this.
Absolutely, yes. They could come up again. I think I early on said, look, there is no suspects. The family is not suspects. They're not. Now, does that mean that ends it forever? No. What happens if next week somebody calls and says, hey, a family member did this, and here's how I know it? That always opens the door. Because you're eliminated doesn't mean you didn't do it.
What's interesting there, Jesse, is he said that he sort of alluded to the fact in that soundbite that, nobody's cleared, the family could come up again. After he did that interview, though, he did another interview that he put out where he said, no, the family are not suspects. They are victims in this. But throughout all of it, he has said that your client and the other man who was detained at the other raid are not cleared, that at this point he hasn't budged on that. Why do you think he's doing that?
I mean, the statements that Sheriff Nanos has been making are really disturbing because it looks like he's...
Look, if anybody can't see what that's about, here's my opinion on what that's about. Why does Nanos continue to double down on this family is innocent? Pressure for allowing the train to derail in the beginning and never getting it back. Savannah don't like the implications about her sister and brother-in-law on the social media. Do I need to point it out to sheriff and to mainstream media? Why would the sheriff continue to pretend he's having a conversation with Savannah, who he's going to pretend likes him today? He's doing it to save face. When the report came out, when Savannah got triggered, when Alex was back at her mama's house because she could see him on the cameras she installed, she damn well called and complained. So did other people. That's when all that's triggered Alex, them going out there and arresting Alex and whatnot. She's also aware, she has to be aware, that Chris McDonough and Dr. Gary Braccato of the Interview Room are continuing. If you don't believe me, go watch the shows, continuing to say Annie and Tom are suspect to them. But they're just asking questions. They're allowed to because he's a retired cop and she's a retired journalist. So they're allowed to ask questions, unlike baby channels like me, just a random lady on the internet. We don't need fools like y'all to get questions for answers. Okay, Interview Room. But that's what Nanos is doing. It's simply nothing more than that. I need to make Savannah like me again. She's Tucson's daughter. And I really screwed up when I told her mama just walked away. And she argued back with me and said, no, hell, she didn't. She probably didn't use the word hell. But I did. Huh, Sheriff? I shot the sheriff. That Mickey Steins did a video with that song in the background, him and his daughter in the cop car. I shit you not.
Just lost at sea. It looks like he's out of his depth. He doesn't have control of this investigation. He doesn't have leads, and he doesn't even have the ability to exercise restraint in his speech. It would be perfectly okay for him to simply say, the investigation is ongoing, we're pursuing all leads, and not continue to cast suspicion on people like Carlos or the other individual who was arrested in Tucson by the FBI. And, I think the reason he most likely walked back the statements about the family is public pressure from the Guthrie family, or, pressure from the Guthrie family saying, what are you doing?
Right. And you know what else is wild? When I see Chris McDonough go on actual mainstream media trying to push his narrative without saying it. It's freaking wild. The manipulation level, oh my God, is off the charts. Lauren Matthias ain't the only one out there, y'all, running amok with her little bullshit. Chris McDonough is really good at it. And they just believe him because he's retired law enforcement and I sit on the Cold Case Foundation. And I got friends in high places kind of guy. And when it's weird, it's fun for me to watch it because the mainstream media are trying to, like, what do you mean by this? And Chris trying to answer it without saying a name. It's really weird and bizarre. Kind of like Lauren Matthias' reporting in Delphi and Aspen Connor's reporting across the board.
To me, what I see is, sheriffs are elected officials, they're responsive to voters, and they're politicians. And so this is a politician who's in charge of law enforcement, who's refusing to be accountable, refusing to be responsible, and just kind of trying to stonewall and, refuse to admit that the mistakes have occurred.
Appreciate you for joining us, Jesse. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
Sir, we've told you we could do without that. Did y'all not get the memo? That's a little extra. He's increasingly got on your nerves. Look, he hit my nerves a few months ago. Right? I was done. Like, look here, dude. I tune into your show occasionally, depending on the topic, right? Because I want to hear an alternative conversation to what I may be having in my head, just to balance myself. Because I'm not. That's the way I go. I don't like hate watch, and I don't like, oh my God, I'm gonna watch you to review you and make fun of you later. No, I want to go see am I checks and balances, right? And the more you watch it, you're like, oh my God. Yeah, I can't miss the read technique that guy, used in the past and got a false confession from. I've never missed that, and I know all about it. But I tried to give the guy a chance. I'm like, damn. Well, see, it's, you know what, though? It's okay to have that theory and to talk about it, but to act like it's gospel, what are you going to do if it turns out to be really wrong and like they can actually legit prove it? No questions asked kind of proof, right? Not like Indiana, Idaho, what's going on here? Like legit can prove it. What would them channels do then? The ones that double down on how right they are and how wrong everybody else is, what happens when they're proven they're wrong? How do you come back from that? Oh my goodness, you should really try to learn to live on the fence a little and flip flop day to day as more information becomes available. Not just, I'm dug in from the get go and it's what it is, right? It's a little crazy. It is a little crazy. And I don't mind exploring the theory, but once I explore it, if I can't make it make sense or make it stick, then it just doesn't stick. I can't keep running with that narrative. I will pop a hole in my theories in a heartbeat, being honest about the situation, right? Like, I don't want to make it fit and I don't want to pretend it partially fits. The theory, even the conspiracy theory, has to damn well work. We can't just make it up and call it that, which people try to do that all the time. Are people on the internet hate bonding? Oh my God. Other grifters have been exposed? Who is this? Oh, oh. I don't know if we play that, will I get in trouble on my YouTube channel? There's music in the background. Streets of Bakersfield. We'll just play it without music. I don't. Who are these people? What's happening? I recognize these people. Rachel, you recognize these people? Little Delphi dirty, little dirty Delphi, dirty Delphi. Is that you, dirty Delphi? Oh, y'all, I'm having a little fun right now. We got to let it all go at some point. Holy cow. Oh, I should probably go troll the trauma drama community and make sure they're okay today. Are we having meltdowns? Do we even care? Oh, they're too worried about Ted again today. So Brianna Whitney, I think, is doing a little more in-depth reporting over there on that little, what's that crime channel she became a part of? Like there was something I was going to share with you guys, but I don't remember what it was. Okay, let me pull up a tweet that I do want to talk about for a few minutes, and it's going to lend itself to something I'm going to talk about, but something a lot of people are talking about. But it's something I've always known, and I knew that eventually these topics would be coming up throughout this large discussion on Lauren Matthias at Hidden True Crime. Now, there's enough people out there who play in the weeds with her and all that funny stuff, and that's great. But what we can't miss is the larger and broader implication as to what this can do to cases going forward, and if those shows that try to expose that type of stuff can get into the algorithm without it being a trash festival, it might get somewhere, right? Because I like trying to get people to listen to Delphi with an open mind. How am I going to get there if I come out here screaming and acting crazy about Delphi? It's not going to happen. No one's going to listen, right? So that's where I sit with a lot of this stuff. It's time to have open, honest conversation. Is that why we all left mainstream media? If you believe everything in the world is fake and tinfoil hattish, I don't know where your spot in the world is anymore. I don't know how to, if true crime is really not your genre after all, but you still want community, go find what interests you. There's gardening communities, there's cooking communities, there's sewing communities, there's hiking, boating, rowing, whatever suits your fancy. It's out there. But if you're here, it's because you're into crime for whatever reason that may be. I also hope you're here for open, honest conversations that allow you to think your way and not where you're just told what to think. Let me show you this. Now, there's how we feel about it, right? If y'all ever catch me doing that, call me out on it. Call me out on it. I won't get mad and snatch my toys and leave the playground crying. I won't rage quit the internet. And if I yell at you, don't take it personally. I'm just trying to have a heated debate. You can yell right back. I don't cry easily. If you see me cry, I'm really, really, really mad at the moment, and everybody in sight should probably take about 10 steps back and give me a minute of space. Fair warning. When you see that happening, oh, she's not about to fall apart like a woman in distress. She's about to whoop everybody's ass on the playground. So I try not to go there. My mama said, don't do that, girl. It's not a pretty look. They'll call you names and give you a label that they can never or will never take back. That once it's slapped on at a Megan's little label box, she has a label maker that I literally think she runs around with just in case someone needs a label. All right, where are you at, girl? Here she is. Christina Mack. Come here, Christina. All right. So Christina started doing a little thing. Let me get it actually. Hang on one second. This is a timeline I need to look at. Hold on. Let me save this. Sorry. We got friends out there that do amazing work, and I need to save this real quick. Okay, we got that. Okay. Okay, so what Christina has started doing, because a lot of people have concerns, because some things that went down in Delphi when everybody was out there covering the trial, right? And certain people have been having conversations about things, and certain things are being looked at and analyzed. All right, so she reports that Richard Allen trial reporting accuracy audit. So when people have their idea of what happened at Delphi, I have to ask them, well, where were you consuming your content on Delphi at the time, right? Where were you getting your news from? Was it mainstream media? Was it a content creator on YouTube? If it was, can I ask who, when, and where? Because it mattered. It absolutely mattered, right? That's why I try to be careful, even with cases where I lean innocent or guilty, that I still evaluate all the information fairly. Do I give it weight or do I not? Because things could change mid-trial to change my mind, right? And I never want to close off to that. The minute I start doing that, I'm going to question myself and my motives, because that's who I am. Me and myself and we have conversations all the time. We're not scared. No matter what it looks like, we're doing it. All right. She says, I'm comparing hidden true crimes reporting to the official courtroom record. Every claim can be categorized, sourced, and backed by receipts. If the reporting matches the record, I'll say so. If it doesn't, I'll explain why. Now, I was consuming the Delphi content because I had to know what was happening in that trial because they certainly weren't going to let me watch it on TV. Indiana wasn't. So we had to rely on some of the top law tubers out there, like Defense Diaries, Andrea Burkhart, Lawyer Lee, were our go-tos. They were in that courtroom. They were taking massive notes and coming back and reporting at the end of the day. And it was long and exhausting process for all of them, but they did it, right? I also watched Lauren's Lunch Lives, right? I would review her updates at night to compare them to what I was seeing the law tubers say, because I already knew ahead of time why Lauren Matthias ever went to Delphi. She told me. It was the hottest thing going at the time in true crime. Everybody was, well, Delphi people were all headed to Delphi, and there was literally nothing else going on in true crime at the time, like no other major court case or none of that. Lauren had to get a piece of the pie. So, in my opinion, and I decided this very early on, Lauren banked on the trial. Lauren read the room, as Lauren does, because she's an extreme manipulative woman. That's Lauren Matthias, narcissistic and manipulative. I will not call her a grifter, a crazy lady, none of that frivolous bullshit. This woman is a professional manipulator. It's done with intent, each and every time. It's no surprise to me that everybody's noticing it because it's always been there. It's deliberate and it has intent behind it. So she goes down to Delphi because, y'all, we got to be here. We got to make sure justice is served because they won't let anybody watch this trial. We don't like that. We are here for transparency. She read the room. She pretended, in my opinion, to lean Alan could be innocent because they won't dance in the light, right? So she was framing it up. But I noticed the change in Lauren as the reporting got more in depth, right? As the trial moved on. It wasn't like she was starting to change her mind based on evidence she saw. She went into it knowing her room already thought that man was guilty. She knew her audience already thought he was guilty. But she framed it as, I'm going to go in and we're going to make sure, because I'm here, that this is legitimate. And that's what happened. Now, was she accurate with most of her reporting? I found that she was, but she spun it each and every time. Kind of like the Pro-Burgers spin the evidence in the Idaho 4 case. But are people going to know that? No. If they're not seeing another side. You know, if we're not getting swallowed up by this stupid algorithm thingy that I hate. I feel like a machine is directing the people, and the people are like, okay, where do we go? I don't want to embrace the machine. I don't even want to embrace AI, but I feel like I'm being forced to because, got the cool thumbnail that we're all using from the AI guy. Y'all, I'm frustrated with that stuff. I can't help it. If y'all embrace it, yay for you. When the machine attacks you, don't say you were not warned. Welcome to Cyberdyne Systems. Super. Like, what? I'm not living inside of a ride at Orlando Universal Studios where the machine is now attacking all of us. Kind of alternate universe did I land in? Every claim will be categorized and backed up with receipts. She'll explain why if it's different. Okay. Accuracy matters more than narratives. You damn well does, Christina. I attended the trial and personally know that Lauren was not present in the courtroom on trial days 1 or 2. Hidden True Crimes coverage of those days was later presented in a condensed week 1 recap rather than dedicated to same-day reports. and then she's kind of moving through all the different things, I guess. I evaluated 172 individual claims from Hidden True Crimes Day 3 coverage against the official trial transcript. She's a busy beaver. Give that girl some flowers. Overall, I found the coverage to be generally reliable with minor issues. I agreed with that. That's important to acknowledge because this project isn't about proving everything was wrong. It's about measuring accuracy against the courtroom record. The strongest pattern I found was a gradual shift beyond what the courtroom record itself supports. Several of the most significant issues involved certainty exceeding what records support, attribution errors, paraphrases presented with more precision than testimony. Now, she goes on and on, right, about the different, she's got it all laid out there. And this is Christina on the X, Hey Christina Mac on X. One of you mods want to grab her link off of X and drop it if you haven't done so. Hey Christina Mac. So she goes into all the different days' testimony, right? And you can go through there and read it. Now, I wanted to show you another tweet because this is something that I already have it recorded for a video, but I don't know if I'll actually do the video. I need to do it for purposes when I talk about it. All right, hold on. Let me go find her. There it is. Hold on. Christina said, that's my beanie she took. I was like, for real? She a thief too? Oh my God. Look at the list gets longer and deeper. Okay. So this is my friend Oksana. Oksana, you know I adore you. Okay. Oksana's amazing. Hopefully she'll be on the show soon about a little something. Okay. Yeah, Andy and I were doing our thing over there on the twits because we can't. We just can't. That's how me and Andy roll. We can't, we tweeting it. All right, so we did. All right. Oksana says, she sure did delete her breaking story short live when she told us about what the jurors asked to see during their deliberations. The judge blamed Bob at Defense Diaries for leaking it. It was indeed Lauren, and although she deleted the live, here it is. Also, the judge blaming it on Bob. Bob didn't report on it much later. Yeah, Bob didn't do anything. And when Allie, Bob's wife, approached the table where all the exhibits were at, she got reprimanded by the judge. But Judge Gull, gonna reprimand Allie Mata. Ma'am, you don't want that smoke in your courtroom. You better stop it. Anyway, Lauren has got something interesting to say here about who she trusts in true crime reporting and his amazing sources. And I've done a pretty decent little job of pointing out how this guy don't know nothing, and we'll continue to point it out so people on YouTube aren't steered in the wrong direction when seeking valid information. Okay, Lauren.
Came into the courthouse, and after that happened,
of course, Miss Boots on the ground. If it wasn't for her, and Christina said, that's my red hat. Like, damn, she stole Christina's red hat out of the damn Airbnb and took it with her that day. Because line sitting is tough, and it's cold in the Delphi region. It's cold in Delphi, Lauren said. It's okay, Lauren. You got Christina's hat to keep your little ears warm. All right, let's let her talk a minute. Let's let her talk this time.
okay, I see some thumbs up. There's no verdict yet, but I have an update on what's going on with the verdict. I have some updates on the evidence they're looking at. So I just want to make sure people are here. Okay, 2 thumbs up. So here's what's going on. There's a YouTube creator named Aspen Connor. I just posted his video. in our community post, Aspen, ASPEN, Connor, CONNER.
Did y'all get that? Aspen Connor. She wanted to make sure everybody, we knew about this, right? We knew that she was in Delphi and she had spoke to the little Aspen. So when Aspen's reared his little ugly head recently over on the WebToofs, y'all can thank Lauren probably for saying you should go talk to WebToofs. She'll platform you. She's my pal. She's my gal pal. She's my gal pal. She'll platform you and all your knowledge.
Aspen is here working on a ton of different, another project. And
was it Flora 4? Because there's no reason to be in Delphi, Indiana if you're not looking at the Mona and High Bridge or Flora 4. Something else going on around that in them parts we don't know about yet? Is he going to bring us a scoop?
And on the side, Aspen has a YouTube video. And Aspen is...
on the side? What is he doing for real? Like, is it on Facebook or something? Where's his main platform where his YouTube is on the side? Yeah, y'all go check out his side hustle for knowledge and facts on cases. You run do that, masses. Hidden gems. Go check out his side hustle. What, Lauren? You're so bad to your people.
All I can tell you is that Aspen is in the know, and I know who Aspen's sources are.
Oh, y'all heard her. She knows who Aspen's sources are. I like to Aspen Connor Aspen. I don't even know. Connor. I'm just, oh, hell, that's mean, but I'm trying to figure out if he's got bottom teeth.
So I trust Aspen.
Oh.
Go check out his channel after this and go watch his last 2-minute video.
Go watch his last 2-minute video. Is that how y'all get y'all's true crime news and updates, is 2-minute videos? Because I got more time than that. I can consume the whole 10-minute clip instead of this 2-minute, whatever this is, soundbite effect, right? Did I get the whole context? Oh, Lordy. Okay, he had a 2-minute video with lots of knowledge, I'm sure. I went through his catalog the other day, and I was not impressed. In fact, he has filters and stuff. I'm a girl, and I don't use filters because I just don't give a AF.
So this is what's going on. The evidence that they are looking at. So first off, when we were going live this morning, Richard Allen was transported and came into the courthouse. And after that happened, of course, we all thought, oh, they must have a verdict, because why would Richard Allen be here? Well, no, this is what's going on. The jury is asked, according to Aspen, and who I know his sources, according to Aspen, the jury is asked for a couple pieces of evidence, and I'll tell you what those are in just a minute. But because of that, it is Richard Allen's right to be in the courtroom while they are shown this evidence, and that is why they brought Richard Allen in. Well, what is that evidence? The evidence that they have asked to look at is the video, the interrogation with Lieutenant Holman, Detective Holman, interviewing Richard Allen. And then they wanted to watch the bridge guy video, the video taken on Libby German's phone. So why is that? I don't know. Do they want to test the voice? Do they want to see that if that?
Y'all notice how someone in the background just busts out laughing the second she says, do they want to test the voice? She's so speculating. What else you got to say, lady?
Voice sound?
Leaky McLeakerson. Gonna come live and read the 911 call aloud in the Clancy case when it was muted, because none of us needed to hear all that traumatic crying from Patrick Clancy, because we know it's going to be gut-wrenching, and we were okay to do without that part. Doesn't mean we don't. Oh, Lindsay, yay. No. We didn't need to hear those details to understand the bigger picture. But she decided, no, I need to go live. and just make my viewers completely understand how horrific that 911 call really was. And you could hear it in Patrick's voice as he screamed for his children. How's that for you, fucking Lauren? I could come out here and probably do that better than you, but it's incredibly manipulative and sad. It's not storytelling the way you do it. It's manipulation. Y'all believe me, come watch me, because I'm so empathetic to the ways of the world, to the point she lost Jesus.
Sounds like Richard Allen. I don't know. The jury here it wraps up today at 2. That's when they can go back to their hotel room. Sometimes I'll refer to that as home. They are a sequestered jury. That means, so when I say they go home, I just mean they go back to where they're staying, to their hotels. So the jury is donezo on a Saturday at 2. I don't know if they can stay longer or if they're going to leave at 2, but it is 1:12 right now. And so again, go watch Aspen Connor's last video. Go hit subscribe on Aspen. He's a smaller channel. He is involved in some other projects, and he does this channel on the side. But go watch it. And I've just talked to Aspen. I know a little bit more. Aspen has been here every day of this trial. And I trust Aspen's sources.
I wonder how he looked back in Delphi. Anybody got photos of this guy lurking around the line in Delphi? Did he look as bad as he does now? Did she not, in the back of her mind, question that a little tiny bit? Come on now, we're all human. You walk up on that guy, you're not going to wonder what's going on there? I wonder if he revealed exactly who his sources were. Because according to Aspen Connor, he's got sources in the Idaho 4 case, Flora 4, and in Delphi. For a small side channel, weird.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah, it goes beyond being gross, guys. They're gross. We know that. I'm fully aware of how sick and gross they really are. But are people really aware of how dangerous this level of manipulation is? Are people aware of how to spot it and avoid it? That's the conversation I'm ready to move toward. Because they're all fucking gross. It's all gross. It is what it is. It's gross. But I'm ready to peel back the layers and go a little deeper with it. Because there's a whole bunch of people out here being manipulated left and right every day on the internet, not just by Lauren Matthias. It's everywhere. Even by people who claim they're here for the right reasons at times. It's wild. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know how to hold it in, and I don't know how to pretend I don't see it. If I feel like I'm not being authentic, if I don't say these things that I feel out loud, do I have more responsibility because I got a YouTube channel? Don't put that on me. Don't hold me at a higher responsibility because I got a YouTube channel. You think you can do better, it's free to make a YouTube channel. And again, nobody has to be anywhere they don't want to be. No one forces anybody to go to a YouTube channel and sit through the whole exhausting thing if they just can't take it, right? They're out there manipulating people into giving up their DNA to support and build Othram's DNA databank. That's dangerous. Putting out a narrative with false information and not facts is dangerous. It's enough already. I see it run rampant in the Idaho 4 case. And I know I'm not the popo, I'm not the YouTube police, I'm not here to try to fix YouTube, but I'm going to do it my way over here. And those who want to come along for the ride are more than welcome. But I can sit up here and scream change all I want. What am I going to do about it? I avoid gross people all day, every day, right? I do the best I can to steer very clear of the energy vampires and the gross people. But they literally exist all around me, and I can't avoid it or avoid them. You know what I mean? Looking like Trooper Doug's wife. Stop it. Stop it, Hello Kitty. Hello Lucky Kitty. I always do that. I don't That's wild. It's just wild, y'all. So I'm gonna go for right now because I got was it 1:30? Um I'm probably coming back for a little bit tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Because I've got two things I'm actually working on simultaneously. One's kind of like a conversation, and one's like, whoa, let's look at this, right? So I'm doing those two things. Now that we got an early day at court here, I can get busy back on some of that stuff. Aspen was on a channel with a lady from Canada, someone who likes drama. I have no idea who that is. Like a crama drama channel or a true crime channel but loves tinfoil hat stuff. There's plenty of true crime channels that just wake up with the tinfoil hat glued to the head. It never comes off. I don't roll like that. I don't want to walk around with a tinfoil hat on my head constantly where everything is suspicious. I'm going to live dead ass in the middle of the woods completely alone when everything around me becomes suspicious. I'm not doing it. I'm checking out. I'm not putting up with that shit. Jet. Uh-oh. My son, he didn't we had a shared Amazon account once. It confused. He's like, "You're gonna use my card by accident." I'm like, "No, dude, you'll use mine by accident." We were like, but we spent like an hour going back and forth about who would use whose card by accident. He couldn't take it anymore, and we fixed it so it couldn't happen. My little tourist baby, always worried about his dollars. I gotta love him though. Like, baby mama ain't gonna use your car by accident. If I did, I'd reimburse you. Come on, I'll live with you. It's not like I'm gonna run off with your money. Thor says, I don't need to know or want to know who the lady from Canada is. Maybe you do, so you can steer clear. You might see her in the grocery store, Forrest, and go, oh, my God, there's that lady. There's that lady from the internet. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. All right, let me see something. What is Nick asking this question for? Hang on. People are still digging into factual records in the Delphi case. That's what I was looking at, y'all. Sorry, the Supreme Court hearings will be coming up in September, so people are reviewing a lot of different things about based on the document filed, right? Not like just whatever we're going to blow up today, based on the appellate filing, what they're appealing on, right, is what matters. Nothing else matters in Delphi to me. All the weeds, all the alt suspect stuff, none of that matters to me anymore at this point, because that's not what we're trying to figure out right now, right? That is not what this appeal is about. Some other dude did it syndrome. That's not what's going on. So it'll be interesting to see how that hearing plays out. Um, uh, and y'all, it's been the 6-month mark since Nancy Guthrie has disappeared. Did anybody think it would go this long without a resolution? Hey, Faye, welcome in. Exactly. My way or the highway, right? Boot. My way or the highway. I'm on a highway to hell. Are they saying that? Hang on, I wanted to see if this student pilot landed that plane or not. They're not saying. People are asking, did the Blue Angels contact that pilot yet to see if he wants a spot on the team? Did y'all watch my short? Let me show y'all, in case y'all haven't seen it yet or didn't go look at it, like I said. Hang on, we were doing stuff. It was pretty impressive. We'll show it before I go. Let me get it to where it starts over. Okay.
Airplane mode. Airplane mode.
That's wild, y'all. Coming in like that, and that sign is right there. And he's just like dips under it. I was like, whoa, holy cow. I probably would have tried to jump out of the plane. Like, no, God. See, I just couldn't imagine, y'all. That would send my anxiety through the roof if that would, my luck, I would finally get into an airplane and that kind of thing would happen. I'd be like, holy smoke. It was a landing. It's crazy because we got those signs all over the interstate. That's where we do our, speed limit warning, amber alerts, silver alerts, purple alerts, salt, hazard conditions. All that goes on those signs, and they're all up and down Florida interstates. Like y'all, most of y'all have seen them on the interstates as well. But yeah, that's a very busy corridor right there. It intersects with another part of Pensacola coming into the interstate right there. It's incredibly busy right there. That's why I was shocked that there were not a lot of cars in front of the one car filming ever with a dash cam. And the fact the car had the dash cam, right? It was like all perfect. And I was like, holy cow. So yeah, that was my amazing video of the day, guys, y'all. Wild shit. All right, y'all go have a good afternoon. Touch some grass. Feel the gratitude in your life. Even if you're having a bad day, give yourself a 10-minute break and be grateful for something in your life. Even if it's that cold glass of tea in your hand or that good glass of wine. I'm no judgment. Whatever. It could be a big fat doobie. I don't care. It could be a cigarette. It could be a good book. Give yourself that 10 minutes, if nothing else today. And maybe I'll see y'all back here tonight. Let me go work on a little something, something. And I don't think we're going to have a long day tomorrow in the Clancy trial either. The judge said that it'll be like morning session with trial up until the early afternoon. And I think once they break, they'll probably go into a late lunch, right? Go ahead and go through that and then break for the day to release the jury, so that the judge and the attorneys can hash out whatever. Probably need to go over the new stipulations that they were going to remove from the trial, and to release all those witnesses that were going to come in, describe all the chain of custody stuff that we could do without. Now that the prosecutor got in the knife and the lack of fingerprints on the, was she suggesting that Lindsay didn't have a good tight grip on the knife enough to apply enough pressure to her neck? Well, there were none on the like the attorney points out, the defense, there were also none on the stretch bands used to hurt her kids with. So come again. So be careful of this shady little lady prosecutor. Don't miss what she's actually trying to do when she's trying to get in this testimony. It's not just to make the jury feel bad that it was a horrific scene. She's trying to tell them superficial wounds. She didn't cut herself that bad. It was intentional, right? She could have jumped out the window better and killed herself, was what the prosecution was describing. She barely jumped out. She barely cut herself, right? She barely took the meds. So that's where the prosecution's trying to say, but I think they may have lost the jury a little bit, y'all. I don't know. We'll see. All right, guys. I'll see you when I see you.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to